Time is 6 p.m. We're going to call this City Center Village School Board of Education into order. Before we get started, Mr. Bonnick, it's my understanding we have some guests for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, I'd like to introduce the principal, Mike Bagadis, to introduce the folks from LT World. They're going to do some Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
All right, I'll see you to the Randall residents, the dancers who are preparing for dancing for the residents who are to take attendance as we left. And we couldn't find one of our students, and Levi was around giving everybody a hug, all the residents a hug before we left. So Levi's here with some of his scouts. They have it's now Boy Scouts. There's a Boy Scout now. They did the dance, so he's got some of his friends and colleagues with them. So,
Today we will be reading the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here. President Maine.
here.
Patrick.
Here.
Fourth out of this evening. We have a forum and we
The first item is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
I motion to approve the agenda.
Motion by Mrs. Strong. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Strong, any discussion?
No.
Actually, discussion?
No.
Mrs. Dunaway?
Yeah, I just have a few changes.
All right.
On 8, I would like to remove item F.
No motion is required to remove items on the agenda. They will request, so 8F shall be removed. It will be placed as item 9I. So anymore?
Yeah, under 9, new business, I would like to add an item of approval of Mark Stefanik staying in district for the remainder of the school year.
Item would be 9J. This is the motion.
Yeah, that's the motion. There's a motion approval of.
Yeah.
Sorry, okay, yeah. Approval to have Mark Stefanik stay in district for the remainder of the school year.
Any other additions?
Yeah. Approval to include Mr. Moran in our treasurer interviews.
That would be item 9K. What else?
Motion to dismiss the seniors at 8 o'clock.
That would be 9L. Anything else?
Motion to pull the November bond.
When you say pull the November bond, what do you mean?
Oh, well, right now we're putting a bond on for November for facilities, and I don't think we're ready. I don't think we have the community support.
Is there an item on the agenda you're wanting to approve?
I'm just looking to add a new one, approve to the motion to pull the November bond.
Well, there's no bond that's been passed by the board yet.
Well, we approved it a few meetings ago. We hired Garvin Miller, which was a unanimous decision. And then we also, as a board, 4-1, decided to go forward with planning and forging ahead to go to our community members for a November bond. I don't think we're ready, so I don't want a motion to pull the November bond.
There is no bond. The previous actions of the board, any mistake, the action. With reference to what you just stated, we authorize the retention of garbage other related to our facilities needs, facilities planning. That did not include a bond. The board did take action related to the Ohio Facilities Construction Commission, the OFCC, related to exploring the health application, the expedited local program. But there is no bond, and so do you want to add a discussion item related to the bond?
I can wait to the work session on that, because I thought we did that in November, so just, that can be tabled for now. So in lieu of that, I would like to motion to approve the operational levies for November ballot consideration.
So, Mr. Patrick,
Go ahead.
excuse me. If we look at 4A, that's the purpose of 4A.
Okay, but there's no motion, it's just a discussion. So it doesn't say anything about a motion.
Well, it says, and again, it could be the way the writer says discussion/resolution. If the board feels comfortable in making a motion, either way, for the November ballot, if you
Okay.
go right in there.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
And then my final one would be 12 old business. I would like an update on the superintendent bullying committee, which was discussed on January 4th. And that's all I have.
I'm not sure if you'd be amenable to this, Mrs. Dunaway, but could we, well, that's fine. So my understanding, and Mrs. Dunaway, based on what you're referencing, right now, your motion would be motion to add the following items. 9J, a motion for approval that Mr. Stefanik is to stay in the district until the end of his contract term. 9K, motion to authorize, permit, and request that Mr. Moran participates in the treasury meetings. Item 9L, a motion to dismiss the seniors at 8 p.m. And item 12, requesting a more discussion item for a report on the building committee status.
Update, that you said,
Sure.
something like that, doesn't matter. Just an update.
Is there a second to the motion city to modify the agenda? Go ahead.
So with just the one that you brought up, something, 9L, the dismissal of seniors at 8. Do we want to put that earlier, so that way in case we're running long, it's not all the way down to 9?
I mean, I think last year they see it's like 9:30. I just thought it was really late on the school line with homework and stuff. I don't really care what the time is, but last year was a really long meeting.
Okay.
I didn't want them being here until 9:30 like last year.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, so I want to make sure.
Maybe we put it under, before B.
Yeah, let's do, that
Would
would
that
be
be
good.
okay with you, Mrs. Dunn?
No, I don't care. I just don't want them being here until 9:30, 10 o'clock. So whatever works.
Sounds good.
So then with that.
Unless they want to stay. No, it's fine.
So right now, Mrs. Dunn, your motion is, as we just discussed, except for 9L, to the dismissal of seniors under before B. Is that correct?
Sure.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Strong. The present motion before the board is as follows. Made by Mrs. Dunaway, Mrs. Strong. Item 9J is motion to approve that Mr. Stefanik is to stay in the district for the duration of his contract term. Item 9K is motion to permit, authorize, and request that Mr. Moran participate in treasurer interviews. Item 4B is that the seniors would be dismissed at 8 p.m. And item 12 would be a report or update. Anybody, I guess, on the bullying committee? Mrs. Dunaway, any discussion?
No.
Mrs. Strong? Mr. Mays?
No.
I have no discussion. Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote for the motion to amend the agenda as requested.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Strong,
Yes.
Maynes,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. The agenda will be amended as reflected. Any other discussion or motions related to the approval of the agenda? I have a motion. On item 11A, I would move to amend executive session to potential invitees to add Mr. Stefanik, Mrs. Fox, and Mr. Moran. Mr. Aaron. So the potential invitees list as
I
a
would also like to add Dr. Tuttle.
She is. So the potential invitees with the additions will include Dr. Tuttle, Mr. Stefanik, Mrs. Fox, and Mr. Aaron Murray. And board attorneys, yes. Thank you, Mr. Stefanik. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Dunaway. Mrs. Dunaway, any discussion?
No.
Mrs. Strong?
Nope.
Mr. Maines?
No.
Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote.
Patrick,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Strong,
Yes.
Maynes.
Yes.
Passes. Executive session item 11A will be reflected to add potential invitees, Mr. Stefanik, Mrs. Fox, and Mr. Aaron Moran, and will now include the added individuals as well as Dr. Tuttle for the education attorneys. Anything related to the agenda that remains for anyone? Next item is 2A, citizens' comments. Thank you. We have Ms. Kathy Bowman.
All the way up there? All right.
Come around this way. So I'm not affiliated with Tipp in any way, and I do not speak for them tonight. I am a concerned citizen and taxpayer upset with this ongoing game happening at the football stadium with Tipp Pride. I feel they have not been upfront about their organization from the start. As a matter of fact, you can look them up on the charity watch list to see they have a failed rating because of non-transparency. I would, however, like to say upfront, thank you to the donors and volunteers who worked for the right reasons for the stadium. And thank you to the donors of the United Methodist Church that worked on getting the concrete pad laid at the entrance to the stadium for band members, cheerleaders, football players to enter the field safely. And of course, Gordon Haas and all the students and families that donated to the student section of the bleachers. They truly are the example of people who want to make a difference and are there for the students and the school. These donors also did not deal directly with Tipp Pride, which kind of makes you wonder why. Although it's time for the school to take ownership of this disaster and tell the taxpayers that we've been paying all along for the stadium instead of taking care of our buildings. The taxpayers said they wanted buildings prior to 2016, and instead we have been piecemealing the stadium together because of the failures of Tipp Pride. According to Tipp Pride's tax forms online at causeIQ.com or ProPublica.org, you can look and you can see that they've never paid any legal fees. Their recent presentation to the board confirmed that we, the taxpayers, paid the templates for the donor forms. While there are sections in the donor forms that appear to be the same, some are clearly different. I've looked over meeting notes for the school and I see no agenda item to vote on the matter of taxpayers paying for the legal fees of Tipp Pride. Now that they have a complaint filed against them in court, are the taxpayers going to handle those legal fees as well? While people may think Tipp Pride is redoing the stadium, the truth is the taxpayers through the school and the city have been writing checks and have paid for most of the work done at the stadium. That started with master planning and continues to this day. I have copies of purchase orders and checks to prove that. They also have used over $35,000 from their funds, I don't know if those are donor or fundraisers, to pay for Skystone Partners, which is a consulting firm back in 2018 and 19 to help them figure out how to raise funds because they weren't raising any clear back then. Apparently that money was for naught because they still aren't raising the needed funds. They never had money for any phase to be started or completed. They have taken out at least one loan, maybe more. Any money raised at the few fundraisers they have had has been used to pay off the interest on the current loan. They said that themselves in the presentation in December. People may remember their bags for bleachers and balls for bleachers, but none of those events paid for the bleachers. We, the taxpayers, paid for those bleachers, other than the student section that I mentioned above. The money coming in from the donors who signed pledges for multiple years pays on the principal of the loan. They admitted that as well. As I said before, Tipp Pride is currently being sued by one of their donors as the agreement signed by Tipp Pride was not fulfilled. Who knows how many other lawsuits may result from unhappy donors? Again, I must ask who's paying for their legal representation. I certainly hope it's not the taxpayers, but then again, is it the donors? I know Tipp Pride seems to blame everyone else for their faults, but their faults are of their own making. They've been in the red as far back as 2019 according to their own tax documents. They were not raising the necessary funds back then, and they still aren't. In closing, I know you want levies and the bond issue to pass, but you need to be cautious with the taxpayer money. As more people are coming to the realization that we will have to continue to pay for the redo of the stadium. And in the past, I have asked the school board to get a policy on the books that never again will schools let an outside group come in and begin the process of tearing up or dismantling any property the school owns or rents until all the money needed for the project, plus more for unseen expenses, is in hand. The students and the taxpayers need to be protected from groups like these. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mullins.
Thank you, Kathy.
Any other citizens' comments? This item is a presentation by Carmen Miller.
Thank you, everybody. Just a couple of slides here. My name is Monica Burrell. I'm a planner with Carmen Miller, and with me this evening is Wayne Coleman. We're both planners in the planning department. And we're going to just touch a little bit about what's been going on since November, since we were hired by the district. So one of the things that came up is the Ohio Facility Construction Commission, what the status is with them. That is the governing agency that handles the K-12 construction projects. And so the district applied for help in December, and on that application form, it does ask a question of when do you intend to be on the bond. And I think the district put down November. You can, if there's no, you can always change that with OFCC, just because of the timing of when you will be looking to get your funds. And so we learned in March 2nd, that the district was accepted or approved for eligibility for the program. So then what happens, the next thing that took place was an enrollment survey was sent to the district. So usually the EMS coordinators count all the students in the district, and then an enrollment projection report is produced. Takes about a month or so. And then from there, the master facility plan is updated. That includes the enrollment piece as well as the building assessments and the costs. And in April, there's a cost update, comes out every year, usually mid-April. And so that'll impact, what the master plan looks like. So that's really where we are with OFCC. And they really only look at those two pieces, enrollment, students fitting into the buildings. So we've been busy since we were brought on. We came to the board meeting in December, gave a quick update on the OFCC, and I think that led to that application process. We also had a task force meeting that night on December 6th. We had a staff survey on January 5th. We came here and had middle school students, or principal teachers, and then high school and elementary school. So there was 2 different sessions that took place on the 5th. At a task force meeting on January 10th. So you can see every time we had either a staff or community meeting, we followed up with the task force because we wanted to make sure that communication was being, coming down, but also filtering back up. And so we were building on that information. A second staff meeting, January 27th, was all staff. Over 160 staff members were here. They had a professional development day. And then our first community meeting was in February. We had that on the 16th. February, followed up by a task force meeting, and then a second community meeting was earlier this month, and then a task force meeting last week as well. And so since then, we've also been meeting on a regular basis, weekly, with the executive committee on Wednesdays, kind of helping plan and guide the process with that. And so the staff meeting summary, just a real quick, we asked staff what they thought learning would be like in the future. They had a lot of great ideas that included curriculum. They had a lot of great ideas about flexibility. We talked about some programs and some shared spaces and multi-purpose. It was a really exciting discussion. And even at the event where we had all the staff there, about 120, like I mentioned, 160 folks, we asked them, like, how eager are you to participate, as we talk through what's going to be happening down the road or potentially could happen down the road. We asked them a 1 out of 5 stars, and the average was 4.05. So they were excited. And so I think it's good to hear that your staff is supportive and they want to see, and they know that there's opportunities when building, with the program, with planning, and thinking, moving the district forward. So that was certainly good. We also talked about grade configurations of the buildings, because we know with 5 existing buildings, and in the past, OFCC had recommended to the district a master plan that was fewer than 5, 2 buildings, and 2 or 3 buildings potentially. And so what the ideal grade configurations would be in a district like this. So they had a lot of input from the staff. And then at the task force and the community meetings, kind of built on that. We asked them again what their priorities are, what some grade configurations they would like to see in the community, what was important to them, and, new buildings, safety and security, HVAC, technology. Those are some very important priorities that the community had, but they also mirrored what the task force had. So that was certainly good to hear. We also talked about, again, grade configurations, and I think there's some burning questions that people want to know as far as what's going to happen to some of the existing sites, existing facilities. We don't know all those answers. And as I mentioned, OFCC says enrollment, building assessments, but we know in the school district, really it comes down to what the staff what can get behind, what the board and the district priority has, what the community would support financially. On all those pieces need to be determined, and we just don't have a lot of those answers yet. And so as we concluded the task force meeting last week, they pretty much came back with a recommendation to the board that the bond timing, as we had originally thought in November would make sense, they had a recommendation that it should be pushed to March. So that's all I really have, unless somebody has any other questions for us.
Any questions for? our guests? Good report.
I have a question. Did they say why they felt it should be pushed to March? I'm just curious.
Sure, so at the first community meeting, we had 20-ish some people. The second community meeting, which was advertised with quite a bit more, but we had maybe 33. And so it's, they wanted to get more people involved, sending out surveys to parents possibly, maybe going to some of those communities, getting some of, so really that was a big push. Is, what are other people saying? How else are we going to get the word? That was one piece. The other piece is really OFCC, because without knowing what they will co-fund, if they come back firm and say, you only have 2,600 students, and if you go by the numbers, that's 2 buildings.
Yeah.
And then you say, well, we want 3, and it's okay, that's fine, but you have to pay for it. Until you really know how much your extra piece is, it's hard to make some decisions. Right? And I think understanding the community, staff, district, and say what some of your priorities are, that's great. You can look in what the ideal situation is, and we start putting dollars and cents to this option, dollars and cents to this option, then people start lining up under those umbrellas with their votes and with their, with their support.
As Monica mentioned, the planning process from the state is going to be occurring now, finally, with enrollment. So some impact on that. Is it increasing or is it decreasing? So that's going to affect the square footage. And cost updates, as Monica mentioned. So, it's critical that we get that information. It's kind of a starting point of the base plan. And of course, there's the district plan, so that's where we have to try to know get the biggest bang for the buck.
Yeah, I think people said they didn't want to move too fast, particularly knowing that there's some operating levies and renewals. I think that we have that out there and said or in first. Or, if you rush something and it fails, then it's hard to put it back out there, I guess. So you want to do it right first.
No, Ms. Donovan.
I would like to thank you and Wayne. The board approved your firm unanimously. You have an outstanding reputation, and that's part of the reason we chose you. And then also coupled with the fact that you have experience working with OFCC. So all of that, kudos. You all have done everything that you were supposed to do, and exactly why we hired you. I'm really happy to hear you say that November is off the table, because from everything I'm seeing, our community is not ready. And I think you touched on it, 20 people at the first meeting, 33 the second. We don't even have board members attending those meetings. I mean, you should, in an ideal world, you would also want 100 people there and all 5 board members. So that is also kind of a, what's going on kind of question. 3 board members, our seats are up in December. We have a new superintendent. We just recently found out now we're getting a new treasurer. So there's all of this. It's almost like you take the ball down the field, then you have to start all over again. And I don't even really know if March will work. And I think it's great that we have that. But realistically, with the new superintendent starting August 1st, the new treasurer starting August 1st, that paperwork has to be filed. You have to,
Right.
I've done this before, you've done this before. It would be a tight timeline to meet
I think
March.
December is when the board would need to do a resolution to go to the board of elections.
Okay,
So-
I thought it was even sooner, so I'm glad to hear it's December. I thought it was August, but last time we went,
Right.
I'm going from 3 years.
Right,
ago,
it's going to depend too, but I think it is December. But you're absolutely right. I think it was you're right, it's too soon. We've got a lot of things. Let's get some things to settle. I don't want to say it was off the table. I mean, this was the recommendation.
Yeah.
So your body makes the decisions. So as long as you're in agreement with that, that's how the rest of our planning can kind of, lay out, meeting with maybe the city about some zoning issues, maybe meeting with some other groups, maybe promoting it differently. Certainly are things that we will be doing and scheduling our weeks ahead. So that's.
Yeah, so another idea is we want to get as many voices involved as possible. And we have 5 buildings. We have approximately 2,500, 2,600 students. 5 building principals send out a letter every Friday. It would be so easy to get a parent survey. Here are our 3 options. What do you think? And the other thing is we might want to record these meetings because a lot of people have sports. They have, 2 parents and 4 kids. You have to divide and conquer. So if we could put those meetings on our website or on YouTube, and people can at least watch them on their lunch hour, on a weekend, they just have a hard time during sports times making these meetings, and 20 and 33 people aren't going to get us very far with making a decision, but I know you know that. Thank you.
We do need to be careful with surveys though, with recent campaigning. When you're in a campaign mode, the board has to be kind of stepping away from that. So surveys, we have to word them appropriately as far as what might be the best direction instead of saying what you would support or what you would vote for. We certainly can assist with that. We've done that before.
Okay.
Just need to be careful. Thank you. And I will point out that Rick was at the first.
And second, I think Rick was at the first game.
The second was a club. You had a board meeting that night. So.
Thank
And
you.
it did come up in the second community meeting that they were discouraged that there were no board members. And we did say,
I
we
heard
were there the first one. And we also mentioned that there was, another event that took place. And so I think Kim was there, and Liz was, pulled into your meeting. And so, and there was a lot going on within your own schedules too. So
I think we were hiring a superintendent.
I think.
The second one, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Mates?
That was just my point of clarification, is I did attend the first meeting, enjoyed it thoroughly. It was very good presentation, good information. I enjoyed the way you did the surveys too, with clickers and all that kind of stuff. So it was fun. I wanted to attend the second one. But again, as you mentioned, we had our work study session that night, so I couldn't. So, but I will be at the next one.
So strong. Good. Mr. Stein, did you want to go first? Go ahead.
I just have one quick question for Wayne. The enrollment survey, a little bit of enrollment report, a little bit more involved than just putting down how many students are in your in your district. So we're in the middle of that right now. I remember you said at the task force meeting that OFCC is backed up. If they weren't backed up, how fast do they come back with projections or number of buildings that they see in their equation mode after they get the enrollment report?
I would guess that process would probably take about 30 days.
The enrollment projection should take about 30 days to get done. And then from there, they will ask you if you to review it, which we can assist with some of the data. If it makes sense, you'll approve it in an email form. From there, it shouldn't take, too much time. It's just going to be a matter to be a fly with the planner. Like, hey, let's get a meeting scheduled. That was another thing that we wanted to talk about. Let's get that meeting scheduled. To see the person. It's pretty easy to do. It's just, they might be missing.
My guess would be that they're going to wait until the concept is also in place. So the enrollment projection might be completed, and it might be close enough that that concept is occur, and they don't want to do that. And then send that to official approved, and we'll go over that enrollment projection with you to make sure that each one is involved with that. And that's one.
I had kind of a comment / question. My understanding of community meetings was so that we could get the community's feedback of their thoughts and their views about things as presented. And so based on that, I have not attended any of them because I felt that as a board member, my voice probably shouldn't be part of it so that they feel free to speak if they wish. From your experience, I mean, obviously, the perception of our participating would be helpful. What do you recommend is best, and how do we need to call a special meeting so all board members can be there to comply with the open meetings act? Obviously, when you guys are doing that, we're not doing it.
One of the districts that we worked with for over a year in planning, and they had more community meetings and more task force meetings than I would recommend. But they had the board meeting and they opened them up, the Fairbanks local school district, and they got all their stuff on their website, everything, all their, and the superintendent also is really vocal and shares like blogs monthly about what's going on, very transparent. So I would certainly suggest that, but yes, they opened up a meeting. And then we were just at another school district, Marion local. It's in, what county? I don't know, it's near Minster. Area. They had over 600 people in that community, the entire side of their class. Before senior community, so I was at that one as well. And that was, they're going to be on the ballot, and there's actually 600 people. Would be great to have a very smaller community. So the next thing we get 30, it's just like, man, where is everybody? This is important to your district. And so we're not at that point, and that district was warning that night the cost and what, you know, what they were doing and how they were going to pay for it. But it's important to get the information. So to answer your question, what your board is comfortable with, but we have worked with districts that they open the meeting, do a special meeting, and they kind of go off and they sit with other people. And
What do you feel is best?
it sounds like the community would like for you to do that. And
I'm not sure that it would require an entire board to be there. I think what we heard was really, there was some presence. Yes, Rick was there for the first meeting. We understand on the second meeting, it was kind of scheduled situation there. So just having the presence of board members that can get for community is I don't know that it sways conversations either way necessarily, because there are board members there. I just think that it's more of a positive many times that more engaged. You know, ultimately, all of this starts coming back to the board. So having some presence there is good.
And we can do a better job of thanking the two board representatives this evening for coming and thanking, you know, certain people from the board. We can make that more apparent. And I think people are going to find a reason to.
I really think too, as now,
In any community.
now that we're kind of progressing a little bit better with OCC, and they're getting their schedule to kind of meet our needs. But as we continue on with the options, and are able to really bring a lot more information to the community for them to discuss with us, that's important too. So with the possibility of going to a large ballot, certainly gives us that opportunity to really engage it. So I look at that as a positive.
I was on the board the last time we did this, and whenever we had these facility meetings, typically just like you did that night, LT ball, I would say almost every time, every board member was there, as well as superintendent, treasurer, you know, operations, get as many district people as possible, and we would all just sit at a different table, and then we would kind of stay after, and people will tell you things, and that's valuable information. They might not feel comfortable writing on a piece of paper, but they're more comfortable verbalizing a conversation. Then we kind of take that back to the thinking pool, and you know, think outside the box or whatever. But I felt like it was a valuable experience.
I think the technology that we brought into communities as well. Quick
Surveys, yeah.
results from survey within that group. Being able to put that up on the screen. Take the average. Like I mentioned, going to a community meeting with 600 people, out of 600 people, we probably have 400 different ideas. Try to get all that information together. So it's nice to have that technology available and have them see it immediately. And it's good for us as well.
Thank you very much for all your work and presentation. Next item is 3D facilities update. Or I guess we Garmin Miller lead. I'm not sure if Ms. Higgins provides you with your laws. We thought placing her on the agenda with you still here might be useful. She provides information you think is helpful to your work.
Sure. Good evening. Actually, they are aware of everything. I've copied them on everything so that we're all on the same page. It's the sheet that we have supplied before. Naming topics, there's really no new updates since Mr. Stefanik reported on February 27th. We still have the basic same issues of the roof, the old boilers, plumbing, electricity, that type thing. Broadway, we do have some new updates. We did have a roofing company come out and they looked at the roof at Broadway. They're currently working on some estimates and possible options for us in regards to that roof. With the boilers, unfortunately, we had a steam pipe that's underneath the flooring at Broadway that formed a pretty severe crack that we had to go in. We were able to repair, but those pipes are just in bad shape. So it's going to continue to happen as time goes on. The pipes are just deteriorating slowly. So we address those as we need to. We've had numerous situations. The most recent was just a few weeks ago. One thing that was not mentioned on February 27th meeting was the furnace that supplies heat to Central is actually a separate unit, but it too is a good 60 years old. So its timeline is very limited. LT Ball, we do have several rooms that we have some HVAC issues with. The reason for this is LT Ball was built as an open concept. So back in the day, believe it or not, there were no walls or partitions separating these classrooms. So over time, we've kind of morphed them into individual classrooms, which unfortunately does take its toll on the HVAC system. So there are a few rooms that we do have issues with. We're looking, there's no inexpensive fix for that, unfortunately. And we have the similar situation at the middle school. There's a hallway in the back of the building that we have a couple classrooms. It's very difficult to control the temperature, whether it's a little too cool or a little too warm. If you make those rooms comfortable, then you're gonna destroy 3 or 4 or 5 additional rooms in the other end. So there's no real quick fix, but I am working on a grant to see if we can't get some funding to maybe assist to help it be a little more comfortable in some of those rooms. The middle school, obviously, it also has original electric. It has original plumbing. All of that is aging quickly. So we do have those issues as well as roofing issues there as well. The high school has 2 boiler units. One this winter, we just had to fully replace. The second unit, unfortunately, upon inspection of the replacement unit, we found our secondary unit has a severe internal crack. So I've been working with our insurance company currently to see if they can give us any assistance. The claim is still open. We're still working through the process and are holding out hope that maybe they can help us with that repair or replacement. Right now, we're not really sure which way is going to be the best route to go, but it's looking more like, unfortunately, a replacement if what we feel internally is happening. We do have some flooring issues here at the high school, and we'll be addressing some of those over the summer as well. And we have spotty roof issues, which I think if any of you were here for the Friday evening prayer vigil, we had some leaks. So these 2 are things that we need to address. The CPA also needs some updates. We need new curtains and lighting that's much safer with LED. So there's lots of issues that we have here in our newer building as well that need to be addressed. We have Garmin Miller here, thankfully. They did a wonderful efficiency assessment here at the high school, and they're working with us now at our middle school. So this will be great information and data that's going to help us to make some great decisions on down the road, which is another reason why as we gather all this information, March timeframe is far better for us than November so that we can be prepared and ready to go with the proper information. We did receive a quote on modular classrooms, which I did attach to board docs for people to view. This would be for, that pricing was actually for all 3 drawings. One was a gym cafeteria, large size modular, and the other 2 were for actual classrooms, office space, that type of thing. It's very pricey. They are willing to break it down per our need. If we become an emergency need where we don't have enough swing space, we may only need a few modulars versus a building type setup. We also are working with Monroe Township. We formed a partnership there. The property we own along Michaels Road, we have some issues with overgrown trees, brush, and things that are going into the roadway. So Monroe Township has been kind enough to work with us and split the cost for that, which has been great. We also are getting an estimate for Coppic Woods that lines several residents' properties in the back that is now starting to overgrow into their property. So we're looking at getting an estimate on that as well. And then again, I am working on a grant to try to help us with some of our HVAC issues. It's a $15,000 grant, but every little bit helps. Does anyone have any questions?
So when do you sleep?
Well, it's been a little
You're very
crazy for
busy.
all of us, but it's all good.
You're very busy, Mrs. A. So I guess this is kind of one of the what came first, the chicken or the egg type situation. So right now, we're trying to gather community input. I've heard different stories that we had 5 kind of plans, and I heard we had 3 plans. The quicker we can get, not just a little bit of community, but a decent amount of community input to figure out what configuration we want, now that we have got our, OCC stuff kind of underway. Because we're now, even though we're gonna get a new school, it still takes 4 years. So we can't just think that we're not gonna get a new room, that we're not gonna have, we still have to deal with these issues. And the sad part is, you might put $1 million into a building and then have to tear it down. So that's very painful. The quicker we can decide what buildings we would potentially be demolishing, then, do you put the $2 million roof on, or do you do you know, a $200,000 kind of patch thing. I know that you're working on this, but as a board member, looking at finances, that's kind of where my brain is. No pressure on you or anything, Wayne, money, but to like figure out what configuration we need. I think that's kind of where we are, because we can't really, you know, in order to be fiscally responsible with taxpayer money, I'm not comfortable okaying this stuff until I don't want to put $3 million into a building and go, oh, hey, we're tearing that one down. But the one we didn't put money into, we're gonna, you know, that doesn't make us look good with our community members or their finances, so.
Yeah, we've been working very closely
Oh, I'm
together
sure.
with all of our issues. Every time something comes up, we,
These are big dollar amounts, these aren't little
it's
dollar
big,
amounts. They're
it's
big.
big ticket amounts, and that's why they're really helping us look at our swing space to where that could be a very good option, which we actually did utilize over the winter with Broadway. So we had, when the one steam pipe went
Yeah,
down,
underground one.
it was huge that we were able to use our swing space at Broadway, and then we utilized some at Central as well. And that really helped us keep kids in district, and it worked out great. I mean, wasn't a perfect scenario, but at least we had that space available that we could utilize. So that's why Garmin Miller's been key with their efficiency.
Thank you so much, and thanks for all your work, we appreciate it.
Anyone else? Sagan, thank you very much for everything you do. I know it's been tough on you and Mr. Spencer trying to keep us going. I think my questions, just want to confirm my understanding is that part of the efficiency studies that we're doing is to kind of understand what we might be able to do as a school district, depending on the plan that we end up choosing. The plan we end up receiving as recommendations, the various options are going to be determined upon by Garmin Miller's thought process and the board's input, which won't really be ready until we get numbers back of what the YCC is going to do, including enrollment projections and things of that nature. My understanding is that you're looking into modular spaces, the efficiency, and the reason we don't have options presented to the board or really the community to kind of choose from is because we don't yet have all the information that we need to do that. But part of that is identifying the issues we have in our facilities, the various options related to repair, replacement, or patch and hope it works, combined with worst case scenario if it fails with modular classrooms and things of that nature. We're transferring people to other buildings for, that's part of the efficiency study, things of that. Is that pretty much correct?
Yeah,
Anything you want to add or correct or clarify?
I don't believe so. That's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item is 4A, federal ballot discussion. So okay with the board, I would suggest that we start with Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Fox really to maybe if they want to provide us some guidance for this discussion item.
I'll just restate some of the things that Wayne and Monica all pointed to. We had a delay that was a little bit surprising to our people, folks from Garmin Miller, that OFC took several months. Our application, especially since Tipp City has worked with OFCC in the past. OFCC that would expedite our process in 3 months. Isn't necessarily expedite anything. And so that was a little bit of a delay, and so then it puts all the OFCC processes on a longer timeline. And so that would impact the chance to get to the November ballot. I had heard that even the last bond effort by Tipp City, some people felt that that kind of like sped up as it got closer to the election date and things things seemed a little bit rushed there. And so we wanted to make sure that we have plenty of time for, community input and also, I'll call it lobbying, lobbying OFCC, if they would come back and say 2,600, you can fit everybody in the 2 buildings, and so just make it work. And so we would then take the local data, to OFCC and say, this is what this community was used to in the past. This is why 2 buildings for 2,600 would not work for us. And then Garmin Miller and our local data, we will present that to OFCC and try to at least extend it to 3 buildings. And all those things impact the master plan. They all impact, depending on what OFCC decides, they all impact what that 42% state share is over top of. And so getting all that stuff in line and making sure that you have time to accomplish all of that is another reason to potentially wait until March. There was one more piece. But those are the main ones. It's just letting the OFCC process. Oh, I know the last piece. We don't have right now any local organization effort as far as a bond committee or if the board decides on a levy committee. And so the levy committee, I'm not going to say anything on the ballot is easy anymore, but with the levies, they're renewals. And so you're talking about some things that were approved in the past. And so you've got some of that information ready to go once an organized community group is ready to be a levy committee. For a bond committee, again, the information they're going to be working with is going to be this master plan. And we don't have it. And based on what Wayne was just saying, I was doing the math on the weeks and things like that. And so and I thought one of the representatives from OFCC gave me the date when the financing changes over. And so you're talking summer. You're talking, or at least late May or June, timeline. And so to hand somebody, here's a potential master plan in June and July, and to be ready to get the community support for November. So all those things mixed together at our task force meeting, that's what the task force felt that we just need some more time to make sure everything is as aligned as possible before we go to the voters next year.
Question kind of going backwards. I'm glad you guys are still here. So right now, is there a plan for more community meetings, like more community meetings somewhere in work?
Yes,
Okay.
but we don't have a date yet. So the plan is, we meet every executive committee every Wednesday. And so we'll say, okay, now that this is the direction that we hear from the board, that we're looking in March, so November, let's get this lined up. We get OFCC, we get them to do a master plan. Where are we in enrollment? The city. So yes, we'll be scheduling that out. Yes. Okay. We don't have a date yet.
Okay, that was interesting. Yeah.
And we've also had a conversation, as was mentioned, some type of survey instrument. So if we can't find the time where people can get here, they can have a tool to use to provide some input to us.
Yeah.
But as they said, when things getting touchy about boards and the district administration getting involved in campaigns, we've got to make sure that we've got the wording on the survey just right, so that we're talking about what would you like a building to look like, rather than would you support this and would you vote yes? You got to separate the two.
Okay. Okay. And then my only other thing I was going to say is I'm a bit of a planner. Like I have to have things like months in ahead. Like if you try and get me in like 2 weeks, it's not going to happen. And a lot of people I know are like that. So the sooner ahead, even if we said, hey, in 2 months we're going to have this, at least the community would have an idea in 2 months this is happening. So I don't know if that's a possibility to schedule that far ahead, but
That makes sense to maybe schedule several meetings. This day.
yeah, because
And they're all different meetings too, because that was a question that came up. Is if I go to one meeting, do I have to go to the other? The answer was yes, you do, because they all build on each other.
And that's good to know too, because I thought one would just be sufficient, so that's good to know too. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, okay, thank you so much.
Also, is there any idea to my thought of either getting those on YouTube or the district website so that more people can see them?
We can work with, yes, we can work with.
That would be wonderful.
We have an amazing character in our office, by the name of Doug Rentz, who's our marketing director.
Okay.
And he's very motivated, enjoys working with districts, and the districts ignite some traditional involvement. Has some great ideas about how you can get the word out and promote what's going on. So I think that will probably be, Doug is involved. He's involved with all of our presentations, looked at it, used it. So we're kind of getting an inside. From Doug. Certainly would encourage, Doug to be able to work with the district and take advantage of all of the technology that could be available to us. Yeah, I think I really believe that as just kind of went through is having this a little additional time, I think it will make a difference for us to be able to promote it more evenly throughout the community. So, all great ideas.
And I know we have to be careful because of, obviously we know what's all going on right now with the lawsuit. So in the past, when we've done this, we were always very careful. Anytime the school was involved, the board, superintendent, whoever, that we were only allowed to educate. Nothing about voting, anything, just educate. Basically just getting the information out one way, that is it. That's all you can do, unless you want to get yourselves in a situation that you don't want to be in.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think that a lot of the general public, voting public, does not realize that
The legalities,
separation,
right?
legally, the school districts have. So,
Even with the levy campaign stuff, you just can't, it has to be very separate. Thank you.
Step away. Anyone else?
I'd be happy to stay if you would like me to stay for anything else. Monica's got to drive back to Cleveland, so she's got a bit of a drive.
3 hours, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Don't worry about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My questions are for either Mr. Stefanik or Mrs. Fox. Beyond the bond, it's my understanding we have 2 operational levies that need to be acted upon quickly. Would you be able to provide us kind of information related to those and take action and what they entail based on the financial needs of the district?
Yes. So August 9th is the filing date. So well within July. We have a resolution that we can call regarding counting that levy on them. So I would be forcing that file from July. Because the recommendation was to have it up there, have it filed within the 2 weeks in case there's one that is something. That would be the alternate. Any motions regarding, I know as far as the bond, we're going to push that later. There would be no overlapping with those motions for the operating body. But for the following year, it's the same timeline. So the following summer, same thing. We'll have to have a motion because that levy comes up for the second renewal. And I mean, you have
You don't have to. There's 3 tries. So November is our first time. You don't want to go beyond the second one. It would be the following summer.
Can you provide a description of both the levies when they expire and what the financial impact will be of the school district related to those? And what they're used for?
Yeah, so those are the operating levies. The first one is for 5.6 million, and it is a fixed rate. That one expires 12/24. And the revenues would come into that first payment in 25 for the first levy. The second one is roughly 1.6 million. And that one is December 25. So those revenues will be in the spring of 26 when that final collection comes into play. So they're directly a year behind one another. It could be considered 2 components, but I don't think that that's up to the board. And then at that time, we can look into combining, but I think it always has been in the last couple of trials, they haven't staggered. And they are a fixed amount. That amount will change. So it's just something to look at substituting. That could be a discussion for our law council. And future meetings. Talk about substituting values. Because we have a larger tax base now than when we put the levy on the ballot. The city has grown since 2017, 2018 timeframe. And so the mills on that's going to be bringing a larger amount. There's things to take into consideration as far as fallback. See that the changes the calculator on the levy. There's one.
With the recent, like 15% Miami County property tax that just went out, I think that was about $3 to $5 million to Tipp City. How much of that money does the schools get? Do we get the whole like $3 million? Was that the school amount? I was a little confused on that.
Just no, I wasn't going. with my
Oh,
questions,
sorry.
But that's okay. I'll let you go ahead. And then I just reserve that this is still my first
No,
one.
no, no.
No, go ahead and answer your question.
It has increased. I don't know if that's 3 million. So I have to.
Oh, so
look
we
at
did
that.
get, but it did increase. Okay, I thought it was 3 million, but that it's somewhere between, the schools get an extra 3 to 5 million with the recent 15% property tax increases from the Miami County auditor. Is that correct? Okay, so we start getting that money, I believe, what, in the spring? Or do we get it in December?
This first deposit was larger.
Oh, so we already got it? Okay, so everybody's raising their taxes. Okay, wow, well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
That's a big piece of information. Okay, all right. There you go.
I was under the impression that the amount we get from appraisals may be limited in some form or fashion. Is that correct?
So the levy amount is separate from just the regular tax base that we bring in based upon the new tax assessment. And our inside millage that's already set at the county, that amount's gonna go off the assessed value. However, the levy portion is in addition to what's the non-noted portion. The levy is the voted on portion, is fixed. That's a fixed amount. However, the assessed value on the inside note, that's what's going on. That's the greater. That's a lot. What I'd like to do is be able to, I could present next time the exact amount that we brought in last time. And I have it on some of my board reports. Revenue.
And I
It
guess
is increased.
based on my understanding of our 5-year forecast, we were gonna still be operating at efficiency, even if the levies, the renewals pass on these levies.
Right, and that was just based upon inflation, ethanol costs. At the rate that we're going at this present time. The forecast, even if it was gonna go down, even if some of these passed, that's right.
So the latest that we can, based on what you, just want to make sure I understand what you're saying clearly here is, the latest that we can, that we should act on for the first, because there's 2 levies expiring, one's in 2024, and we need to move on one that's expiring in 2024, based on your recommendation by the end of July, is that right? That's the earliest one we really need to start moving on, correct?
Yes, it is.
So for me, what would be very helpful, I can't speak for the rest of the board, but I don't want to put you on the spot here, but understanding, you know, what we're getting from these levies and what they're used for. The financial impact of not having them pass to our operation, the ability to pay for things that we need to pay for. And if they pass, what our forecast looks like. It sounds like we also need to understand what the new property value assessments mean under the existing levies and on the renewed, because I thought there was some type of distinction there that you don't get all of it, but you do when you pass them again. I could be wrong on that. I'd like to understand that factor. And
And the portion would be fixed on this, so the 5.5, that amount would be the same. It's just the new assessed value, which is every 2-year process. That would determine whatever the assessed value is, whether it goes up or down, which tips the news going one time. Then their revenues would go down, like for instance, for ours, the increase of $100 million on our assessment in the 2 years. For the revenue.
so we can go ahead.
See if this is what you're asking. What happens with the mini levy, when you pass it, the first year of collection, that's the set register receipt, for lack of a better word, that's the amount that levy can bring in. And so the next year, let's say people's property gets reappraised, you're not going to get any more money from that levy until it comes back for renewal. Then when it comes back for renewal, then whatever your current property value is, now, you know, even though the millage rate is set at the same thing, your taxes may go up or down based on what happened with your property in Spain the last time the levy came up. So that's the restriction.
So we don't get those increase in values and assessments until the levy passes again,
Except for new property.
except for new property.
Right.
Okay, so, all right, I want to make sure we understood that, because it didn't sound like we did.
So the assessment on the certificate was from residential, so it was new property. So the increase in value and the increase in taxes came off of the residential increase in the district.
Based on the new properties,
On new
not
properties,
not
not
on not on the existing properties.
Yeah, and that was it.
Because that was
On
capped.
new construction.
So if this one is at, is it 5.5 is the first one? 5.5?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's at 5.5, as you go along and property values increase, so let's say that the market's good, the property values continue to increase. What you're doing is they modify the millage rate. So you passed it at 5.5, but you're collecting it at potentially 3.9 or 4.0 because that dollar
Stays
amount
the
has
same.
to stay the same.
Right.
Yeah, so they use the multiplier. The millage rate changes to keep the dollar amount. Then it would go back to 5.5 once you remove it.
I'm out of time. This is done away.
But that also helped you though, because when you reduce that millage, for instance, and then if we do a master facilities plan, then that millage can increase because you're only allowed to have so much total millage. So it's not like you're not getting something for that. You do make up for it with like your master facilities, for instance, what the OFCC and Garmin Miller would come up with, that buys us extra millage points, and that's extremely important. Especially because we don't know what our plan's gonna look like.
Yeah.
Right.
So you do get it kind of back on the back end.
And just as a side note for the students, whether it benefits or not, that's the law. So you have to follow that. You have to make sure the dollar amount doesn't increase as your levy goes on, so that they modify the millage.
On the actual action.
The effective rate. Is it effective rate?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. CP. In fact, so it's the past rate or voted on rate and the effective rate.
Anyone else? There's nothing else on item 4A. Next item is 4B. Motion to approve the assistant seniors from tonight's meeting at 8 p.m. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Mrs. Dunaway, discussion.
No, just make sure you bring the papers up so someone can sign the papers.
Yeah.
That's
Drummond,
That's just starting to say.
what I'll do
Should we just?
within my executive privilege. Chair at 8 p.m. I'll adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes to provide the state's action 10 minutes so we can sign it. If this passes. Any other discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Strong.
Yeah.
Weems,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes. Passes. Next item is 5A. Miami Valley CTC meeting minutes. Mr. Lee.
All righty, the minutes that you have are actually from January meeting. That was our organizational meeting. And essentially, the two most important things we did at that time was we appointed Mr. Zakovich one time as our president and Dr. Espolita as our vice president. We had a couple of guests who made presentations for one of our veteran board members, Mrs. Crabtree, who has been on the board for 25 years. Yeah, it's pretty good. And then the other thing we did, the primary thing we did, we talked about paying some different warrants and things like that. But we renewed our memberships with the OSBA, the annual membership dues. We renewed our Ohio or our OSBA Legal Assistance Fund, our Ohio Association for Career and Technical Education Fund membership, and our Ohio Education Policy Institute. And also on top of that, we were reminded that, and this was in March where we were reminded of this information, we continue to accept applications for the class of 2025. And as of March 10th, we received 1,529 applications compared to 1,381 at the same point in time in the prior year. So each month we keep getting increases, which is it's a good sign. There's lots of good programs going on at CPC. We also had, we already had it, our National Technical Honor Society induction that was held this past Sunday. We had 122 students who qualified to be accepted into the ranks of the National Technical Honor Society. And on this past St. Patrick's Day, we had our senior recognition ceremony celebrated for that particular day, but we had to change it because Wright State University accidentally double booked the event, so that will be coming up sometime in the future. Other than that, there are a few other things. Yeah, the 17th, March 17th. April 7th, the campus will be closed for Good Friday. April 10th, there's no school secondary. April 14th will be the fourth quarter midterms, and April 15th will be a prom night, and they've asked me to be king of the prom. No, I'm just kidding.
I believed you. I thought you for a second.
And it's called the Night in Hollywood. So I might go to it, you know, if my wife will go with me.
Try to be king. Yeah, you got to look at that.
Yeah, right. So that's my update for MVCDC.
Next item is 5B, other committee reports. Anyone have anything to share?
Yeah, we had our Turk meeting, same old, nothing, everything was as is, no changes. And then also the Parks meeting, I missed that one because I had a conflict that night. So when I get the minutes, I'll read them at the next meeting. Was it?
Mrs. Fenway, anyone else?
Yeah, I had a Tipp educational endowment meeting. So this is mostly for like everyone, students too. Teacher of the Year is on the T Facebook page and on the school website. So if you would like to nominate a teacher for being outstanding, please go and do that. Community members do that as well for our teachers. This year, the program's gonna be pretty awesome. So next, also check out the Facebook page for T. There's lots of grants that were awarded in our district this past month. Lots of pictures, and I just think it's very cool to see all of that. And also, the Tipp Educational Endowment is selling bricks to mark important events for your students. So, you know, graduations this year, things like that. So look for that information also.
Any other reports? My committees have largely been reported upon to Bureau of Community Services, and that last week I was unable to attend, but I'll forward the minutes once I receive the board. Anything else? This item is 6A, monthly financial report. Mrs. Fox.
February. General fund, so the page 4 there on the attachment. We have another deposit in March. We'd like to have a number of funds here for March, and I'll report that in addition. So we have a larger deposit. Timing is also matters. We did have 2 advances that we got in that month before we see it on the deposits to not just wait until March to bring all the deposits in time. Because we got it in March. That's when we somewhat of an increase this month on the property tax. Restricted grants and unrestricted are both from ODE, and those are both this February than last February. Last year is when the funding formula changed, and there was a correction in January that we had to kind of realign some of our amounts in. Such as career tax. Sorry.
No comments. Reserved for after. That's okay. Sorry, Mr. Reed. That's one short ball.
Sorry.
Mrs. Fox, go ahead.
Yeah, anyway, the ODE deposits, we're reporting higher on this report. There's the last step, we'll do some corrections there and the financial. We received in excess costs this month, but the college credit plus deduction was a little bit higher than last. And I know that curriculum is trying to grow our college credit program. So without looking at enrollment, program expanding. See, we have for expenditures.
Hold on. I'm gonna ask our students not to talk for anything. Go ahead, Mrs. Fox.
We had 2 payrolls like last February, that was the same. Expenditures were still a little bit higher for personnel than we were last year. We did have a negative, I did do a correction on our bleacher project. We had some amounts that were expensed. And due to our, so we're in the audit process, we're dealing with the auditors right now. Why they see the negative there? When we got our bleacher loan that all went into the PI fund, we had already expensed part of our project to the concrete part of the project, so that was general fund expenditures. And I was just advised to make a correction from all of the expenditures. Splitting those costs, even though that's all taxpayer money. We wanted to get runs on the start, so there was just a correction that was made to the expenditures. What you're seeing here, the report here consists of the general fund and emergency levy. And that is my report. There was a correction here into the PI fund. Just to explain that. Portion. And then I do compare in the other column for expenditures, those are pretty much the EFC costs. So I do see an increase there.
Any questions?
Yeah, and I did want to mention too on the health fund, I did want to have I know last month we were working on this healthcare issue. We're trying, today with the benefits committee, and we're trying to look at an increase of our premiums to our staff. With that fund, trying to present a higher rate. We're trying to just come to an agreement to write the fund for the district, as well as come to an agreement on what the premiums should be moving forward. Not only something that salvages the fund for the school, but also is something that the staff. And then in the future, we'll just continue to keep an eye on that balance. Once we can get an increase, which I don't think will happen until probably July, August timeframe, depending on when we finalize those rates. We'll hope to plan something for April after spring break to discuss that, to be able to look at this fund, and then moving forward, make a decision whether we're going to change. But the fund did improve itself by $70,000, which I was glad to see. And what that particularly is, were some stop loss payments that came in, and the February claims were down a bit. So between the lower claims in February and the stop loss payments coming in, the balance did improve. However, what we're seeing is that on the self-insured plan, raising the rates is also yeah, so we're just trying to work on fixing this issue. I think that's all I have for my board report.
Any questions or comments from the board? Yes. Mr. Mays.
You may have mentioned it, but what was the miscellaneous federal agreement? The 500,000.
Okay, so I haven't gotten to the appropriations yet on my next item, but we did have a deposit. So we have a new safety fund that Dr. Tuttle has applied for. And it's a new fund that we're, however, the fund was already on the books in the accounting system. It is titled miscellaneous, but this one is the safety grant fund. And along with Thomas and Lisa both, they put in that, got that money deposited in. So the plan is to look at safety cameras for all of the buildings. That would be a summer project. 4194. I do have that in the budget this time to the appropriations. Just in case those purchase orders get in the process once school's out within the fiscal year, the project will probably have to. A lot of money for that.
Then the only other question I had was on the unrestricted grants and aid, it seemed to be a big variance there. What would cause that?
So compared to last year, in January, when they started funding formula, they categorized, I don't want to say like gifted funding, their the learning, the ELL, which is English language, gifted, career tech. They basically categorize this restricted money, student wellness money, disadvantaged pupils aid. They have all these certain restricted categories. So what happened was they took some of the special ed and put it into the unrestricted bucket, which was more than restricted. So they changed the funding formula. In February of last year, I started to do some negative adjustments because in January of 22, they gave us a huge amount of money, which was abnormally higher than prior months. They gave it to us in February, and then we had to back out money in February, March, April. So you compare it to last year, this year is going to be much better than last year. Because now the funding formula has phased in, and those adjustments have been made in the last fiscal year. So now they're pretty consistent. So compared to last year. Definitely much higher, but going, the funding formula is still up for renewal right now. Outside of getting the SRO dollars and improving the phase-in, which goes from like a 30% phase-in to 50% for the next year, the funding formula for Tipp, it might just increase just a little bit, but it's all still up with the legislature to finally approve that. But
So that's Senate Bill 1 you're looking at, you're talking about.
yeah, there's a
And that
handful of
could be-
bills that are up there right now.
Yeah.
I actually went to a meeting Friday, like over 50% of the things on the site are all education. So they're on the site.
If they
For the
pass that Senate Bill 1, is that going to be perfect?
Projections show that it's not much of an increase, but the safety dollars like for SROs. Those are just projections.
Anyone else? Mrs. Fox, if you said this and I missed it, I apologize. I'm looking at it, and this could be something that we get money later on. But I see that we have 2 fund balances. I think we have 3 with negative balance. I think we talked about our self-insured plan. But I also see funds 516, 572 are negative. Is that something we're getting money for on later on? We need to make.
So every month, the 500s, there's 507 is the ESSER, which actually February we have no expenditures, but the 507, 516, and those below. Those will always go negative because we have to expense the money, show what we've spent it on, provide a report to the federal grants program, then they in turn reimburse us. Typically, I run that at the end of the month, first part of the month. So effective the last day of the month, that first week of the month. I'll run that report, and within 5 to 7 days, we usually all that money should be coming back in, and it's probably moving. It's usually and it's dollar for dollar. So especially March, we'll talk about that, but we have the boiler project at the high school. We'll see that, it'll show negative, and then we'll see if we got money back. Each time.
We're gonna be transferring money from our, there's gonna be requests that we transfer money from our general fund to cover those until those come back in, or how's that?
No, on the federal grants, you're not required to do that, unless it's fiscal year end. So you don't want to close your fiscal year with accounts in the negative. Federal grants month to month will go negative, and then the money comes back in. So I think we only did that at the end of the fiscal year. We did transfer and to clean those up, but then July, of course, that'll be back in. You know, we don't need to do transfers on the federal grants.
And on a self-insured plan, do we need to make a transfer for that?
So the reason I've been watching that, basically healthcare is split. Healthcare is split with the employee and the general fund, the taxpayer. The board pays 80% and the employee pays 20%. So having the general fund just move that over, where that money should be split with the employees. I've not recommended that to the board. What I'm trying to do is work closely with our broker to pull that fund to the positive by the end of the fiscal year. My plan was to get premiums increased in May or June. I've been advised here lately, I need to have 60 days before we can do it. So I'm hoping that by fiscal year end, we'll be back in the black. And we won't have to recommend that to have district funds pay the entire health portion. That is 20% of that goes on to the employee. So I've been just keeping a close eye on it. I was happy to see that it improved by 70,000. Hopefully we continue to see stop loss coming in, and we get March 7th, we posted a $40,000 rebate check from Optum RX. And that's not in that number. So potentially, you know, we'll make it right, you know, before the fiscal year end. So along with trying to increase the premium rates, we'll just see how fast we can do that.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mrs. Fox. Next item is 6B, fiscal year 23 appropriation. Mrs. Fox.
So I've attached some changes there to the last time we did the appropriations was in September. Based upon discussion, it's kind of like the first fiscal year, some of the departments, the revenues, when I go through with athletics or just any department, we kind of look at some of the budgeting there, especially on student activities for, you know, athletics always kind of does their thing by sport. So I've just made some adjustments based upon the other funds. Didn't do anything with the general fund this time. Those are pretty much still, we're within our budget, salaries, services, supplies, those budgets look okay on the other one fund. But as I go down, based upon what other departments have given me and also revenues, food service, that changed massively from last year. We had lots of COVID money coming in. Now I'm looking closer at what are the revenues that the students are bringing in because the lunch rates have changed. I made some adjustments there based upon now we're getting a significantly different amount from the state. Activities, the same thing. Once I got everything back from the buildings and some of the adjustments that we've made, the federal grants are there, the 500s. There's some changes. The Dawn spot, which she's wanting to do some different things with the title funds. picking up more salaries for Title I versus Title IIA, a little bit different. For teacher improvement, she has some different things in mind. And she offered the staff to improve their licensure, and you have to apply to improve the cost of their, schooling or whatever that would improve licensure for some of our staff. But that grant, not as many people applied, so we were able to move some of that budget to Title IIA, which is the difference. 572 and 590. So 572, so that goes up. And then the 599 is what Rick mentioned, the 500,000. We didn't have that in the budget, nor was the loan revenue side, so I added
Any questions or comments?
We have actually two safety. Which there was one that was already in place before. I see 499. So, and I didn't have that dollar amount in the budget. I only have 500,000. So I do have two. 499. But we left the general fund alone, and then I just keep monthly looking at those closely to see where we are and when what's coming through. Accurate and can adjust monthly if need be. And I put two notes there next to athletics and food service. I'm going to keep it posted.
Any questions or comments? Is there a motion to recommend the approval of this year's financial appropriation amendments as reported?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Mays. Is there a second? Second by Mrs. Strum. Mr. Mays, any discussion?
No.
Mrs. Strum, any discussion?
No.
Any discussion? Present motion from the board is to approve the fiscal year 23 appropriate amendments made by Mr. Mays and Mrs. Drum. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Mains,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway, yes, Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is 9C. Recommend actions to recommend to approve where previously approved advance from pay to play funds to a transfer. Is there a motion? Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Mays. Present motion for the board to recommend to approve where previously approved advance from pay to play funds to a transfer. Mrs. Drum. Any discussion or comments or questions?
I guess I'm just confused. So are you saying that in the original approved this, the wording is incorrect? Is that it?
Yeah, so the discussion, and I went back to Mr. Freeman's email, this was possibly transfer the money from the general fund. And it was listed on the agenda. Sorry, so the pay to play funds that come into the general fund, Mr. Kramer requested that money transferred from the general fund to the athletic fund. And when we read up the agenda, it said advance versus transfer. A lot of times in the system, advance is your first step, like we did for food service. One time. Advance the money. If at the end of the year we have plenty, if the fund is plentiful, then we'll pay back the general fund. So we advance and then turn it to a transfer. There's usually a two-step process. Usually it's an advance and then a transfer. Discussion that we had was to transfer the money. And it should have been listed. Or vote once as an advance and follow up with an additional vote as a transfer. We just were informed that was approved as an advance and not a transfer. I think the discussion, going back to the board meeting,
it was to go ahead and get that paid for that. So it's just really the word.
Okay, okay, I just wanted to understand what
Mr. Mays?
I understand.
So,
Melanie, also at that meeting, remember we ended up having like a really big conversation about, it turned into like this whole big thing. So that's another reason it probably happened, because we were all, normally we're just focused on that, but because the conversation transpired into like a 20-30 minute long conversation, it happens.
Yeah, and I think normally, like I said, I think you would advance the money from the general fund, thinking, this is, you know, are we gonna ask this back? But the plan was for him to go ahead and have it, keep it, and utilize it for his program, so.
Well, with the play, with the.
hold on, point of order, Mrs. Dunaway.
No, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I just know how it happened.
Yeah.
We had a big conversation that night.
Are you done, Mrs.?
Yeah, I'm done, I'm good.
Go ahead, Mrs.
Yeah, but pay to play is actually for sports, so maybe that was what.
So it is for sports, however, all of our coaching staff is paid from the general fund, and that was, I think, the discussion that night was. We have general fund expenditures and athletic expenditures. Salaries are a big part of it, the supplemental coaching salaries, so that pay to play kind of offsets the costs, the general fund costs in general. And not just necessarily the operating team. It's seen as different ways. Not necessarily for the individual sports. Just depends on what the board wants to do. So at that point in time, we decided it was going to be transferred. Now, if it, you know, that's paid for the families or the sport, but not necessarily visible into each team account unless we have coordination. So the deposits how they're currently set up. And that's something that we could look at too on the county side. Maybe those deposits should go straight into versus one that's different. But as it's set up now, we always have to do it. We have to have access to buy balls or equipment or whatever. That makes sense.
No, this is kind of-
Yeah.
I have a few questions. So was this part of the audit that caught this?
Yes.
And they indicated that the advance was not appropriate, it should have said transfer related to that action, correct?
Right.
And part of the reason is that, if I understand correctly, is the funds were already received for pay to play, and so we were not advancing it because the funds were already there. It was a transfer versus advance. And when that happened, the discussion we had was that it appeared like we didn't have an understanding of what was coming in and what we had related to pay to play, and we were asking for reports on that. Is that correct?
So I knew we had about 75,000 that we brought in from pay to play. So we transferred over 60 to 2 accounts. And I knew I was gonna have that number before we proposed the transfer. So I knew how much we were allowing to go over, based on what was collected.
So the funds were already in that pay to play account at the time, correct?
Correct. Yeah, typically by April or May, before the last spring sport begins, which we will track a reason. Those fees are usually deposited. So certainly by the time of the motion, we had all those funds. in the account.
Any other discussion? Mr. To remind the board, present actions recommend to approve the previously approved advance of pay to play funds to the transfer made by Mrs. Drummond, Mr. Mays. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum? Yes. Mains?
Yes.
Dunaway?
Yes.
Patrick?
Yes, motion passes. Next item is 6D. Recommend actions to approve a memorandum of understanding with the TCBA to offer voluntary VSP vision insurance to the employees of the district at their sole expense. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Mr. Mains. Is there a second? Second. Present motion for the board is to recommend approval of the memorandum of understanding with the TCEA to offer voluntary VSP vision insurance being for the district at their sole expense. Mr. Raines, any discussion?
No.
Mrs. Fox, did you want to present some information to us, please?
I'm just very excited to be able to bring that to the employees. We work with Tyler and Julian and just trying to make sure that there's no board expenditure. We all understand it's voluntary, but it just hasn't been offered to the employees. I think Ms. Jeanette said that she's been here quite a while and they never had the minimum offering. So I'm just glad to be able to bring that. It'll fall under section 125 guidelines, which will be, very small benefit, but it'll be, no taxes on that portion. We're hoping to get information on an open enrollment timeline and be able to make a thing there for May, from May date. So that's the plan. Based on the approval this evening, we were hopeful to proceed and get that information out to the staff.
Anyone else have any questions or comments?
Thanks for doing that. Mr. Hoffman and Delphine, whoever else is on your committee. Okay, that's great. And we'll go get counsel.
Present, motion for the board is to approve the MOU with TCEA to offer voluntary VSP vision insurance to the employees of the district at sole expense. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Mains?
Yes.
Patrick?
Yes.
Drum? Yes. Dunaway?
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is 7A, update. Mrs. Fox. Public records request update.
I've updated the Google Doc, of course. New recent requests that I fulfilled those and I went ahead and reported in too. I know Thomas was working on a couple or some tech things that we were finalizing. For him, I think he had some additional, there was another request that came through. I think that we're working on that. Mark, you didn't have a whole lot. So I just reported the year-to-date costs. I don't have my updated book total. So I'm looking for February. Coming any day, you should get it end of the month. So as far as February's costs. But I reported, that information. So I think it kind of slowed down this time, I shouldn't always speak too soon. Trying to stay on top of those and trying to get them out in a reasonable time. So. How much do you think?
Any questions or comments from the board? Next items are consent agenda 8. Recommend actions to approve all consent agenda items. There's no discussion on agenda items. Go ahead.
Hey, when I was doing all my stuff, there's a typo on D. It says 2021, 2022. So it should be 2022, 2023.
No, it should be 23, 24.
Sorry, 23, 24.
Good catch, Mrs.
Doing two
Dunaway.
things at the same time.
Aye. Mrs. Dunaway, we appreciate you catching that, which you make a motion to amend the agenda relate to item 8D, this is just reflect.
Yeah, sure. Just, go ahead.
So
Yeah, motion.
there's a motion by Mrs. Dunaway to amend item 8, the agenda under 8D related to the 2021-2022 school year. It should say 23,
But it's for next year.
24.
Oh, wait.
Right now, the item 8D reads as recommended approval to employ the following staff for 2021-2022 school year. Okay, mine does.
Okay, check it again, I just.
Yeah, that's weird.
Did you,
I was
did you
gonna-
revise it before we,
Mine says
Probably did,
21,
should I do that?
you should not do that.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
let's act like it's still the way it was when
Okay.
we first started the meeting.
It won't take long.
So item 8D
Has been fixed.
has been fixed.
Has been fixed. So that's great. We're good. Good to go. It's all that matters.
Well,
Not a big deal.
I think just to be correct,
We should go ahead and do it.
we should do it.
I should have pulled it, but I forgot my phone.
Sorry, so item 8D currently has a typo, recommend action to approve to employ the following staff for the 21-2022 school year, pending proper certification and paperwork. Mrs. Dunaway has made a motion to revise item 8D hires to read recommended approval to employ the following staff for the 2023-2024 school year, pending proper certification and paperwork. I will second that motion.
It's already fixed.
I'm with you, but we still gotta do the formality. So any further discussion, Mrs. Dunaway?
No, thanks,
Lisa's waiting
That's
at
so fast.
me.
Go ahead, Ms.
It's wrong. That is only for the certified staff. That classified staff below that is for this year.
Yeah, 'cause it says March.
And then the supplemental staff below that is for this year.
All right, so
There really should be two separate things because the March one is for this year
Yeah.
and the August, so it should be separated out. Yeah, okay.
So right now, what do you recommend we revise, Dr. Trump?
Two separate.
The only one that needs, certified staff should be 23-24. That would be Jennifer Bowser.
Which is in August.
For classified staff, Arden Smith, that would be the 22-23 school year, and then the supplemental position for the 22-23. The only one that's 23-24 is your certified staff for next year.
Yeah, we only have the certified and the classified.
So.
And then you have supplemental
the
below that,
dates.
look below that.
The start dates are listed next to the staff member's name.
Yes.
So
So
just
just take it out.
take the year out of the motion,
Yes,
and it says with proper certification, and then the start date for each one is right there, so you don't have to do a split motion.
Yeah.
Supplemental position should say what's in this, so
that's for this school year,
22, 23.
yes.
All right, I will make a motion to amend the present motion to revise 8D to read as follows. Recommend approval to employ the following staff for the school year
There you go.
reflected and start date reflected. Any proper certification and paperwork, and to revise item 8E, recommend approval of the following supplemental positions for the 2022 to 2023 school year, proper certification and paperwork. Is there a second?
There we go. Yeah,
Second.
I'll let Mrs. Dunaway second.
Yes.
So the present motion for the board is an amendment to the previous motion. And then it is to revise 8D to remove the year, and it will read recommend approval to employ the following staff for the school year and start date reflected, pending proper certification and paperwork. Item 8E would be recommend approval of the following supplemental positions for the 2022-2023 school year, pending proper certification and paperwork. Any further discussion?
Supplementals are this year. Supplemental.
Correct, 2022, 2023.
And I don't mean to be a.
Go ahead.
But the substitute staff under the next ones, under new business, same thing.
Okay, we'll deal with that one later.
Okay.
All right, thank you, though. All right,
Is E corrected?
Mrs. Dunaway, any other discussion?
I don't know, is E corrected?
E is getting corrected to
Yes.
2022 to 2023.
Yep.
Any other discussion?
No.
Any other discussion from anyone else?
No.
All right, just to recap, item 8D is being removed or revised to recommend approval to employ the following staff for the school years and start dates reflected, pending proper certification and paperwork. Item 8E is being revised to reflect This is supplemental positions. One, recommend approval of following supplemental positions for the 2022-2023 school year for proper certification for paperwork. Mrs. Fox was called a vote.
Hang on, he hasn't updated yet.
It just
I haven't
hasn't passed
changed
yet.
anything, I
Okay, that's
stopped, because I just want to get the motion.
Please call the vote.
Patry,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum. Yes. Nate.
Yes.
Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as revised.
Yeah, motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway and Drum was the order.
Correct.
Yes.
Drum. Yes. Names.
Yes.
Patry.
Yes. Consent agenda passes. Time is now 8 p.m. We will adjourn for a 10-minute recess. We are adjourned for recess.
Paper sign, yeah, they got it, like- Right.
All right, time is now 8:10. We are returning to session from the recess. Next item is item 9A, under new business number 2, the Lowe's Troy, Ohio donation acceptance. The recommended actions to approve the acceptance of following donations from Lowe's in Troy, Ohio. Is there a motion?
I'll move. Second.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Seconded by Mrs. Dunaway. Mrs. Drum.
Just thank you for the donation. I know that we appreciate any and all things that people are willing to give us. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Mrs. Dunaway.
No.
I'd like to echo my thanks as well as Mr. Manson.
I will say the same thing. Thank you.
All right. Resolutions to approve the acceptance of following donations for Lowe's in Troy, Ohio. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Ames,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is 9B. Recommended action is to approve the acceptance of following donations from Mary Gruber, 16 study carols at approximately $429 each. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Mrs. Dunaway.
No, I would just like to say thank you. And one suggestion might be, Melanie, to put the entire dollar amount, because this is a really nice donation. So put the actual, I did the math on it, but that's it. Thank you very much. It was a very kind donation.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunaway. Mrs. Drum.
Same thing. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much.
You want to state that amount?
Yeah, it's Melanie, 6,864. You want to add that? That's very generous.
Yeah.
Mr. Raines?
Thank you.
I'll echo those thanks. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Ames,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is item 9C. Recommend actions to approve the acceptance of following donations from Tipp New Athletic Boosters totaling an amount of $12,746.73. This will include a tent to tennis for $500, baseball, $102.38 for square screens for upstairs batting cage, $15.35 for bands for stretching, and $659.80 in field breaks. Softball, $180 batting tees. Softball, $114.95 velocity gun, as well as a pitching machine, the amount of $4,295. Track and field, $1,425 for 2 pole bowls. And to the Tippecanoe Middle School, in relation to volleyball, $4,954.25 for a volleyball net system. Is there a motion?
Move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a
Second.
second by Mr. Mays? Mr. Drum, any discussion?
No, just thank you, especially for the pitching machine. My daughters enjoyed it.
Mr. Mays?
Thank you once again.
Mrs. Dunaway?
This group of parent volunteers work very hard. So thank you very much. It's been a lot of the same people over many years who just keep in there getting it done.
Mrs. Dunaway, I echo the comments of all board members. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Ames,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is 9D, Tip City Pie donation acceptance. Approve the recommended actions to approve the acceptance of following donations from Tip City Pie or parents involved in education totaling $1,000. To Nevin Kopic, $500 related to playground equipment, and to Broadway Elementary, another $500 related to playground equipment. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Mrs. Dunaway.
No, thank you very much.
Mrs. Drum.
Thank you also for the parents that are involved in that. It's a lot of work. Thank you very, very much for the time and that you contribute to the kids.
Mr. Raines.
Thank you.
And I owe my thanks, and I know that there's a lot more work than just getting the money together, so thank you. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Mains,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is 9E. Dunaway Family Foundation donation acceptance. The recommended action is to approve to accept the $1,000 donation from Dunaway Family Foundation for $1,000 towards the Inferno. This is Dunaway, would you like to make the motion?
Sure.
Motion by Mrs. Sincere. Mrs. Drum, or anybody else want to second?
Go for it. You want to write?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Mrs. Dunaway, do you want to say anything?
I actually do. So I started this 7 years ago when my youngest was in 6th grade. And I told Ms. Noel that I would do it until my son graduated, which was a 7-year donation. So I guess Mr. Hoffman's here, Liz Robbins, I know you're very passionate about this as well. So if somebody would like to tell Ms. Noel I have some great news, I would like to extend the donation until she retires.
Oh,
Yeah, I really love the work that she does. It's very important to the kids. And I'm very passionate about the Inferno. So until she retires, it's a forever, I guess, grant.
Night rights Wednesday.
Yeah, I saw that. So thank you to Ms. Noel for making this such an awesome thing.
Mr. Maines?
I think it's awesome. Thank you, Teresa.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Drum?
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Teresa, for continuing to do that. Thank you.
Mrs. Dunaway, thank you for doing that, and your comments today and your offer to extend that is impressive. Appreciate your donation. Anything else? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Mains,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is 9F. Is an honors donation, and the recommended action is to approve the acceptance of following donations totaling $360, and it's $360 in practice balls to Tippecanoe High School baseball. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Drum, seconded by Mrs. Dunaway. Mrs. Drum,
Thank you for being on this dinner. We appreciate it.
Mrs. Dunaway,
Same.
Mr. Raines,
Thank you very much.
echo my thanks. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Mains,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is 9G. Retirement. Recommended action to approve the acceptance of following retirements from certified staff, Darren Brown, Tippecanoe High School teacher, Nancy Murray, Tippecanoe Middle School teacher, and classified staff, Kathy Mays, bus driver. Note that Darren Brown has 35 years of service with the school district, Nancy Murray has 35 years of service, and Kathy Mays has 25 years of service. Is there a motion?
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum,
A second.
second by Mr. Maines. Mrs. Drum?
Just thank you for your dedication and spending time with our students here. We appreciate you.
Mr. Maines?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mrs. Dunaway?
Yeah, so I have a lot to say about both of these wonderful educators. Mr. Brown, for any student who has had Mr. Brown, they have a Mr. Brown story. Mr. Brown is known for his great stories. He has a way of just kind of lightening the day, making the students laugh. And they always say, hey, remember when Mr. Brown told us this? Something will always make them think about something Mr. Brown said. So he is just a very big personality in this building. And for all of the students that had him, they will always have a Mr. Brown story. And I think that's really awesome. As for Mrs. Murray, wow, middle school teacher. I mean, can you imagine? Do not pass go, do not collect $200, boom, right to heaven. I mean, wow, you're there, girl. For all of the students who have had Mrs. Murray, she's always that person that the kids could go to. You know, the middle school is the time of year where girls kind of, you know, have things pop up and they always find Mrs. Murray. She's a mother. She just has that nurturing way. I also love that she is always up for a challenge. There was a couple years where we could not get teachers to stay after school for dodgeball. Dodgeball got a little crazy and it was very scary. She stood right up, boom, I'll do dodgeball. I mean, she knew how important it was for those kids to play dodgeball after school and she was up for the challenge. This year, I read in one of the weekly board updates, or the middle school update, that she got the kids kind of introduced into disc golf, because one of her sons is a big disc golfer, so she kind of shared that passion with the kids at the middle school, and she's just awesome. She's one of those teachers that the kids can go to, they trust her, and it's gonna be really hard to fill her shoes. So Mrs. Murray, I don't know if you watch these meetings, but for everything you've done for all of the years for so many students, you were 1 in a million, and we thank you. We thank you a lot. Happy retirement to Mr. Brown and Mrs. Murray. And Mrs. Mays. Sorry, my kids don't ride the bus, but I'm sure Mrs. Mays was a rock star. So.
Mr. Mays? Did you already say that?
I can't hardly follow that.
I'm sorry, my kids have both of them, they're both,
I
sorry.
just say ditto.
Yeah, there you
Thank you.
They're
Thank you
both
for
great.
your service.
I just want to say that our school district, one thing that makes us great is that we've had a lot of teachers and educators and classified staff dedicate their careers to us, which really provides us some stability and success. And I really want to thank these individuals for giving so many years of service combined. That's an incredible amount of years of experience. Thank you. Mrs. Fox, please call the roll.
Drum,
Yes.
Ames,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is 9H, substitute degree requirement. The recommended action is to approve to change the educational requirement for all substitute teachers from a bachelor's degree required that's presently required to an associate's degree requirement. Is there a motion?
I'll motion.
Is there a second?
I seconded just so we have discussion.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Mr. Mays? Any questions, comments?
Well, I know that across the country, we're having trouble getting associates or getting substitute teachers. And when I looked at this proposal, I thought, well, this is a good way to possibly fill that void that's occurring, and whatever we can do to help our teachers and our kids, I felt that this was one way to do that. That's just my personal opinion.
Is that out, Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mrs. Drum?
So I guess I just have some questions. Our current substitute is a degree, correct? Like education, some degree. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to check and make sure that was our current one. That's all the discussion.
But just to clarify, it's currently a bachelor's degree.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's what I
There was a
thought it was.
Yeah, there was a discussion like this in the past, and some folks thought that we actually acted on changing it to an associate's degree, and that we had not made that recommendation.
Okay. Can I ask them a question?
So,
Can I ask Lisa, because she deals with this?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like this is something that could benefit us?
We have a couple of people who have applied and they'd be very good candidates, and they just have associates who are working towards their bachelor and have associates, and I think they would do a really good job in the classroom. But right now, I put them on hold until we can figure out whether or not this is something that's viable for us.
That's all for right now.
Mrs. Dunaway?
I understand that we're having a substitute crisis. I mean, it's all across the United States, not just Ohio, not just Tipp City, it's not just the Midwest, it's the whole nation. And I appreciate the, thinking outside the box, but to me, I am opposed to this. And I just, there's a reason why you need a bachelor's degree. There's a lot of things you learn. And, the teachers are always saying, we're not glorified babysitters, which they're not. And I just think it's disrespectful to the ones who already have a bachelor's degree. That's it,
So we have about 50% of them that have a bachelor's degree that are not in education. And so I'm not sure that there would be that much of a difference between an associate's degree, working toward an education degree, or working toward a bachelor's, than someone who doesn't have a degree in education.
The other thing too is, you know, a bachelor's degree is an extra, you know, it's 4 years. And I don't like the idea of, let's just say, an associate's degree, 2 years. So you might have a 19 or 20-year-old person with an associate's degree subbing at the high school. I just don't think that same age. I just see a lot of,
I won't do that.
yeah, I mean, you know, you won't do that, but we approve it, it could happen. So that's all. Like I said, it is what it is. That's just my feelings.
So, Mr. Mason, do you have anything else?
No.
I guess I'm a little hesitant to approve this. I think that a bachelor's degree, you know, requires certain dedication and certain skill sets that aren't necessarily achieved after an associate's degree. And depending on what you're substituting for, you may need some of those skills that you develop in that 4-year degree, if not 5 years now, with the way things work out. I understand that we have a shortage of substitutes, that we have a gap, but I get a little nervous filling that gap with people who haven't kind of endured, you know, the 4 years of a degree, a bachelor's degree, and without developing all the skills that may be needed. We recently just bumped our substitute rates, and I'm not saying that I'm opposed to this measure forever, but I'd be interested to hear from you, Dr. Totolov. Do you think that our bumping the substitute rate would address those gaps that we need to fill? Because I guess, you know, I don't want to put dollars and cents in everything we're doing, but, you know, if we were going to do this, I would have probably preferred that we had not bumped the substitute rates, and we could have done the associate's degree first. I would not have been in favor of that. I'd rather pay people more for better quality, because I think when it comes to our kids, you know, a lot of people, and I believe this, city schools has better educational opportunities for our kids. And I'm ready to, as a board member, to advocate and push for investing in that. And to me, raising the substitute rates made sense to do just that. Given that we've just done that, I think less than a month ago, I'd be interested to see, you know, are we going to fill that gap with that alone, or do we need to take this measure? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think the data is there's not enough data yet in a month's time, but I do think that we added, you know, a whole list of substitutes this tonight. So, I mean, there's a good possibility those people did apply after that. So I can't tell you that for sure right now. Not enough data.
I guess I'd be more open to doing a short-term approval of this measure versus a permanent change. See how much, you know, we get coverage for, and then if I were to approve that, to me, we're going to exhaust the 4-year degree substitutes first before we go to an associate's degree. And if we're talking about people earning a 4-year degree or working towards one, I'd rather that we have a motion that kind of reflects that, especially if we're talking about having people in educational field that may have certain skill sets that are very helpful. I'd rather have a recommended action that reflects the special skills that would make the associate's degree equal to, or maybe even preferred to, the bachelor's. But as the present motion stands, I think I'm hesitant to follow, to recommend, to approve it at this point.
A lot of times I'll get a student teacher who is finishing up their college, and they'll ask to sub, and I can't let them sub. Those are viable options as well. But it's just very difficult to say, well, we're gonna do it for this length of time, or whatever. I'd rather just not do it at all than to try to figure out a balance there. Yes.
I'm done. I'm not sure who had their hand up first.
I think I did.
All right, go ahead, Mrs.
So can we just have those, just be those one-off decisions as they come? Instead of a blanket
Yes.
recommendation? Because we meet every 2 weeks, work session, board meeting.
Yep.
It's easy. And then also, I can't remember if we did this year or not. Maybe it was last year. But we gave the superintendent the ability to kind of make these types of decisions, like in a weekly board update, and then it being official in a board meeting. So if you got into a real emergency situation, it would only be for like a week. Just like,
I don't think there's that many of them that you have to do something.
Okay. yeah, I'm just not comfortable with it.
Anything else? Mrs. Strong?
I was just gonna motion that we table this and talk about it at a different time.
Before we.
When we have more information, because I feel like once we have more data of what things look like, then we can look at something like this, but right now there's not enough data to tell us if this is something we really even need. So that's why I would motion to table it until we have more data.
Sounds good. Before we do that, I want to give Mr. Maines an opportunity to say
Yeah, sorry.
if he wants to.
Well, the only thing that I would point out, it seems like some of our discussion is gauged towards these associate's degree people not having the qualifications to teach. But it does say here that allows applicants who do not hold post-secondary degree but meet the employing school or district's set of educational requirements to serve in the role of a substitute teacher. I would assume that you would be hiring people that are looking towards an education degree. And what is the status of student teachers? Do we have student teachers now? Okay. Are they required to have the bachelor's, or are they in the process of obtaining their bachelor's?
So they can't sub while they're student teaching.
Okay.
But some will student teach and still have a couple classes left, and then they'll want to do both after that point. But if they're student teaching, they can't sub. They can't do both at the same time.
Right, but they are teaching, right?
They are.
And they do not have bachelor's degrees at the present time.
Correct.
Okay, just some thoughts.
But there's some.
So there was a motion. on the process.
Yeah, I wanted to give everybody an opportunity, not to cut off the debate, give their second opportunity to talk. I think that's occurred. There is now a motion to table this. If you could clarify your motion for me, do you have a specific time you would like to table this? Next work session, next regular meeting?
Maybe look at it in June, July. That way we have plenty of data to follow us and see what that kind of looks like for the rest of the school year.
So present vote, is June okay?
Yeah, sounds great.
All right, present motion by Mrs. Drums to table this item until June meeting, regular work session.
Let's do regular meeting.
June's regular meeting?
Yeah.
Is there a second? Motion on the motion table? I'll second it. Present motion before the board is a motion to table the present item until the next June regular meeting made by Mrs. Strong and myself. Any further discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Strong? Yes. Patry?
Yes.
Dunaway?
No,
Maines?
Okay.
Motion to table passes. Next item is 9I. Present action is recommend approval of the following substitutes for 2021-2022 school year pending proper certification and her paperwork. Before we get too much further down the line, I will make a motion to amend the agenda item 9I to revise item 9I substitutes. Recommend action as follows. It would now read recommend approval of the following substitutes for the 2022-2023 school year pending proper certification and paperwork. Is there a second on second by Mrs. Dunaway? The motion before the board is to amend the agenda item 9I as follows. Recommended action will now read, recommended approval of the following substitutes for the 2022-2023 school year, pending proper certification and paperwork if it passes. Any discussion, Mrs. Dunaway?
I'm confused. Are we voting on the year change or the whole thing?
Just the year change
Okay,
for the agenda.
Yeah, okay.
Anyone else? Mrs. Fox? This motion is to revise the agenda only under 9I. So now read, recommended action is to recommend approval of the following substitutes for the 2022-2023 school year, pending proper certification or paperwork. Please call the vote.
Patrick,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
me.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item before the board now is item 9I substitutes. The recommended action is to recommend approval of the following substitutes for the 2022-2023 school year, pending proper certification and paperwork. Is there a motion? Motion by Mrs. Drum,
Second.
second by Mrs. Dunaway. Mrs. Drum, any discussion?
No.
Mrs. Dunaway?
No.
Mr. Maines?
No.
Any other discussion, questions, or comments from the board? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No.
Mans,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes. Motion passes. Next item is 9J. Recommend action is a motion for Mr. Spine to continue working as, that's not correct.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So
This word.
the agenda, just as a point of clarification, the agenda was revised to add item 9J.
Yeah.
The recommended action is a motion to approve a requirement that requires Mr. Stefanik to stay in the school district,
In district.
in district, until the end of his contract. So if we can reflect the agenda as it says that, if you let me know when it's done, Mrs. Fox, we can refresh and make sure it's correctly reported in the agenda.
Okay, if you want to refresh and
Yeah.
check that for me, please. I think that's exactly what you said.
Motion to approve requirement for Mr. Well, it's a motion to approve a requirement that requires.
Yeah.
Mr. Stefanik to work in district until the end of his contract.
To approve a requirement.
That requires Mr. Stefanik to continue working in district until the end of the contract. Mrs. Dunaway, how do you,
My original one was real simple. It was approval of Mr. Stefanik staying in district for the remainder of his contract. I'm tongue-tied. The word requirement, I think, is making it read very awkward.
Mrs. Dunaway, if you'd like, if you can just state your motion, the record, or the agenda item to Mrs. Fox, and Mrs. Fox, if you can, Mrs. Dunaway made the motion to amend this agenda item. I think that she should be able to draft it the way she.
Right, I'm just trying to read it. Is this the current one, Mrs. Fox? Motion to approve a requirement that requires, that's just so weird. Motion to approve a requirement that requires for Mr. Stefanik, am I reading this correctly? Is it the most current?
I can type, I'm typing it in as you tell me.
Okay.
With my point.
Yeah.
what I
You know
might
I'm saying,
suggest,
right? The word requirement just makes it sound.
well, to me, I think we're restricting something.
Yeah.
And that's why it made sense, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. So
Yeah.
what I prefer, Mrs. Dunn, if you can just tell Mrs. Fox the way your motion's supposed to read.
Approval of Mr. Stefanik. Of Mr. Stefanik working in district for the remainder of his contract. I think it just got too many words in there on the changes. Motion to approve Mr. Stefanik working in district for the remainder of his contract. Is that good?
In the beginning, you have motion to approve. Motion to approve Mr. Stefanik working in district for the remainder of his contract. Okay, easy peasy. Just need to refresh. Then it should reflect. Perfect.
There you go. Easy as could be.
So the agenda items recommended action is not correct. I think Mrs. Fox is revising the motion and voting portion of it at the end. But I think we can probably start our discussion, because that's probably going to be copied and pasted. So next item is 9J. The recommended action is a motion to approve Mr. Stefanik working in district for the remainder of his contract. Is there a motion?
I make the motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Mrs. Dunaway.
Yeah, so, Mr. Stefanik, sorry, gosh, I hate that I can't see you, it's so weird.
Oh.
Hey, hi.
Front or back? Lean forward or lean back?
It's so awkward. We need a longer table. No, so, as board members, we don't know what your day-to-day schedule is, nor should we. I mean, right? I mean, who has time for that? But essentially, we have 4 more months. We've already hired our new superintendent. And I know that there are times where, for instance, you go to Columbus for 2 days for some superintendent seminar or this or that. Not to be a jerk, but I just feel like there's so much to do here in Tipp that you don't need to be going to these superintendent seminars in Columbus and 1 day here, 2 days there. I feel like there's so much work to do here in the next 4 months that you should be working in Tipp City on Tipp City stuff. Now, if it's something, that requires you to attend some class for legal purposes, that's completely different. But, I feel like you need to be in district, working on in-district stuff for the next 4 months. We want to set the next superintendent up for success. And I just think of all of the things that never come full circle. We have a board meeting and all, we talk. And then there's never any, okay, it never goes to the finish line. There's just all these types of situations. You probably know what they are. I don't need to rehash it here. It would be nice if we could kind of take a lot of those irons that are in the fire, and either put them out or be done with it. So that's my request. Yeah, sorry, I hate that I sit like thing at the table, I can't see anymore.
That's fine. Mrs. Drum.
I don't have anything to say.
Mr. Vance.
I don't see why it's necessary to make a motion like this, he's got a contract. He's, I think, a good enough person that he's gonna honor his contract. It's sad that we do this anyways, but, that's just my personal opinion, is it's unnecessary. That's it.
Mr. Vance. I agree with Mr. Means. I don't think this is necessary. If it is something that needs to be done, I think it needs to be more narrowly described and detailed, and probably needs to reflect an amendment of Mr. Stefanik's contract. I just want to say, from my perspective, Mr. Stefanik, you can tell a lot about somebody with the job they do and the effort they put in, and how dedicated they are to the district and the students when they work for you. But you can tell something completely different of how they do things after their contract's ending, and they have really no real meaningful skin in the game. From my perspective, you've acted admirably with integrity and class. You've never put your foot off the gas. You kept trying to push things forward. I think you've dealt with a lot of obstacles that were not imposed by things that you could control. And then you, from my perspective, always did the best you could. And you had a lot of things come at you all at once. And I don't feel that this board needs to tell you need to stay in district based on what I've seen from your performance, which in my opinion is very admirable, that you will do what you need to do to make sure the district stays on task. And I trust that you will. I don't think this is necessary. Anyone else? Right, Mr. Stefanik.
I'm not the type of superintendent that have been, before I got here, not since I've been. I don't look around going, let's see if I go to Columbus this many times, or let's see if I go to Cleveland or wherever, just to go somewhere. I look for worthwhile activities, and the one activity I would say between now and in my contract is there was a year-long superintendent's cohort. They only selected 30 superintendents from the whole state. I put my application, I was lucky to get accepted. There's only one more day-and-a-half session out of the 4 day-and-a-half sessions of the year. Aside from that, I think I've been to Columbus twice or 3 times, and there are BASA statewide committees that they have superintendents to volunteer to be on. And so there's not a lot of travel. I have not, I've stopped going to some of those committee meetings. And so the only requirement that I would request from the board is that I can finish out the year-long cohort, which comes up at for a day and a half. And on those days and a half, come back when it's over at noon, back in the office by 2 o'clock, and try to catch up for the day and a half that I've just been going. So that's the way I operate. I've never been a conference goer. There are people that are almost known as professional conference goers in it. I've never been. And I don't think that has some kind of worth to it, because I know there's not even the same.
We follow up from any board members.
Yeah, so I appreciate that information, and I think that you kind of touched on my point is, we don't know what you do, all week, every day, nor should we, because we don't, it's not like we're gonna get a printout on your calendar. I just know from past experiences, just, from being a board member, that there are lots of like you said, superintendent. I didn't know if you went to them or not. I mean, I've been working with you for 3 years, and that's the most I've ever known really about your schedule. So, I put this agenda item on here tonight because I didn't know that information, and I didn't have that information. And we have, we have a lot of stuff to get done in the next 4 months. And I'm sure you want to get it done too, because, it's kind of like when you have a cleaning lady, they know if you're keeping your house clean or not. You can't hide anything from them. So, we have a new superintendent coming in. So of course you want to leave everything in the best possible, space that you can for the next person, because they're going to know. It's like, oh my gosh, of course you want them to say, wow, hey, thanks for doing being solid. You really left everything ship shape here for me. So that's all. That was the reason why I put it on there.
I will believe it like 60-year-old boiler, so.
Well, don't forget the roof and the floor.
And roofs, yeah.
And the floor at the high school. the
I
roof
can't
at
do
the
anything
high
about
school.
that.
You can't do anything about those. You can't. There's a whole big list of stuff.
Anyone else?
That's why I want you in district.
Mr. Stefanik, I think goes without saying, I think you said it, but the cohort aspect, your participation in that, does that provide you an opportunity to learn things that may be helpful to the school district?
Oh, sure. Sure. In education, it's always sometimes about fake borrow and steal. And so you get perspectives from across the state from other superintendents. Thank you.
From my perspective, that opportunity for you to do that, learn those things, just because your contract is coming up, doesn't mean that we can't stand to benefit from the information you get. So I don't think that this restriction is necessary. Anyone else? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum, no, Means,
No,
Patrick.
No, motion fails. Next item is a recommend action to approve Mr. Maroon to attend treasurer interviews.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway, seconded by Mr. Maines. Mrs. Dunaway?
Yeah, I just added this for obvious reasons. There's no big thing to really talk about. The superintendent treasurer relationship is one that is vital and critical to the success of the district. And we know who our next superintendent is. And I think it would be awesome if he could sit in on the treasurer interviews. And the other thing I like about this idea is it kind of gives us as a board an opportunity to work with them and for him to work with us. So I think that's a good thing.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunaway. Mr. Maines?
No, I think it's logical.
Mrs. Strong?
I think if he wants to do it, I think it's a good idea, but I think we should maybe ask him, but that's all my thoughts.
No, like,
Thank you, Mrs. Strong. Obviously, that this makes sense that whoever superintendent should have the opportunity to be where they think they can be helpful to me. That place certainly would be helpful related to treasurer interviews. That being said, I would suggest from my perspective that I think this will naturally come about naturally as a result of finalizing a contract. I just want to point out that we don't yet have a contract. It's been approved and signed by the parties. And so I would suggest that we table this item until such time that we have a contract that's signed and to see whether this is even necessary, if it's kind of already something that's considered related to contractual negotiations, which are still presently ongoing. So I would, if no one else has any other items to discuss related to this item, I would make a motion to table this until after a contract has been signed with the new superintendent.
we could put it down for the agenda. Session.
Is there a second to the motion?
What's your motion again?
Motion is to table this until we have a contract that's been approved by the board.
I second it.
Second by Mrs. Drum. So the present motion before the board is to table item 9K until a contract has been signed and approved by the board with their new superintendent made by Patrick and Drum. Any discussion related to the table? This is done away. You said you had a point.
Well, we could do it under old business. We already discussed it after executive session.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think that makes sense, it's done away, but my suggestion would be is that we may not have one at that point in time. So if we do, the motion table would still apply as it's worded. Mrs. Fox, if you can take a vote, the present motion before the board is to table item 9K until such time that the board has a contract that's signed by the parties and first of all, a contract's been approved by the board and it's been signed by the parties with our new superintendent. Please call the roll.
Patrick,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No.
Ames.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item 9K was tabled. Next item is 10A, citizen comments. Do we have anybody else? If there's any people in the audience that'd like to make a comment, the sign-up sheet is at the front of the table.
Comment it out, Kathy.
I'll pass.
All right. Seeing no citizens wishing to make a comment, rather. Next item is item 11A. Executive session. The recommended action is to adjourn to executive session for purposes authorized by the Board of Education Policy 0166 and Ohio Vice Code 121.22 G1, G3, and G5. Under G1, to consider the appointment, dismiss, discipline, promotion, or compensation of public employee or official, or the investigation of charges complaints against a public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual, unless the public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual requests a public hearing. Under G3, to confer with an attorney from the Board of Education concerning disputes involved with the board that are subject to pending and board action. And under G5, to consider matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or regulations or state statutes. Potential invitees have not been amended yet, as reflected in our agenda amendment. So just for a housekeeping matter, Mrs. Fox, item 11A, potential invitees are to include Mr. Stefanik, yourself, Mr. Moran, Dr. Tuttle Huff, and the Board of Education's attorneys. You can let me know when that's revised and I'll refresh.
So I'm typing in the live version. Okay.
Under the motion and voting, you have potential invitees. There's a typo there. It has Mr. Moran initially, then Mr. Stefanik, and instead of Mrs. Fox, there's a typo there. It's corrected. For the purpose of clarity, it looks like the agenda has been revised as a housekeeping matter, so it's previous amendment. I'm going to reread it. Recommended actions to adjourn executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 Ohio Vice Code 121.22 G1, G3, and G5. Under G1, to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, or compensation of public employee or official, or the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual, unless the public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual requests a public hearing. Under G3, to confer with an attorney for the Board of Education concerning disputes involving the board that are subject to pending or imminent court action. Under G5, to consider matters required to be kept confidential by federal law, regulations, or state statute. Potential invitees include but are not limited to Mr. Moran, Mrs. Fox, Mr. Stefanik, Dr. Tully, Lisa Tuttle, and the Board of Education's attorneys. For the purposes of notice, official action may follow the executive session. Is there a motion?
I know.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Any discussion? All right, Mrs. Fox, if you can call the vote, please.
Brown,
Yes.
Haynes,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. The time is 9 p.m. We are now adjourning to executive session. All right, guys.
All right.
We're good. All right, we are now, we are now resuming the meeting. It is coming out of executive session and coming back to the meeting in open session. The time is 10:25 p.m. I would make a motion to amend our agenda for item 12 would now become a motion to approve the superintendent contract for Aaron Moran. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Again, this is a motion to amend the agenda itself, not to approve the contract. Item 12 will now become recommended action, motion to approve, or recommend action is approve the superintendent contract. Mrs. Fox, that contract is presently in executive content under item 11B and will need to be moved to that section 12 if this agenda item amendment gets passed.
If I could just clarify, so I have currently 12A bullying report,
Correct, so 12A
we're adding.
12A would become the superintendent contract.
So we're changing the item completely.
Correct, and then, but the item would remain, it would just become 13. You're adding an item.
Okay, so.
You call it new business number 3 if you wish.
I have a category called contract. What can we help you with?
Oh, it's just the cumbersome board docs.
Okay.
Doesn't take long, we just add a category and add an item.
You're good on the wording and all that?
Let me know when you get to the items been added. And so the agenda item would be approval of superintendent contracts for subject. It would be an action for type.
Recommended action.
Recommended action is approval of superintendent contract for Aaron Moran. And then the contract would be the one that is presently located in item 11B under executive content. That motion was made by me, I think seconded by Mr. Maines, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Maines, any discussion?
No?
Mrs. Drum?
Nope.
Mrs. Dunaway?
Both sides.
So, give me just a minute, I'm
No
trying to get the
problem.
link. Take that attachment down there. Exactly.
If you want Mrs. Fox, you can actually click on that attachment and save it somewhere into one of your drives and then upload it from there.
Yeah, I just did it.
Because I don't have it.
Under public.
It's ready for public.
Okay, so if you want to refresh. you'll
Yeah,
take a
it's still
look.
an executive.
Public content, or is it?
I would put it under public.
Yeah, it's still an executive.
Yeah, put it in public. Please refresh, and let me
If
know
you
if you see
refresh
that.
it, it should be.
Okay. It hasn't yet, but I'll check it. Did any other board member get it to pop back up?
All right. Mrs. Fox, on the agenda
Oh,
motion.
it's there. It just
On
worked.
the agenda, technically, we shouldn't have changed the agenda, but let's just forge ahead. Is there any objections, point of orders, please?
Good.
make them.
Very good.
So, just so we're clear for housekeeping purposes, we're not voting on the contract at this point, we're voting on amending the agenda. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
We have Patry and Maines.
Correct.
Patry,
Yes,
Maines,
Yes,
Strong,
Yes.
Dunaway.
Yes.
motion passes. So now we have a new item under new business superintendent contract. The recommended action is approval of the superintendent contract for Aaron Moran is attached to the public content. Is there a motion?
Motion.
second,
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway, seconded by Mr. Maines. Mrs. Dunaway, any discussion?
I already commented. Thank you.
Mr. Maines, any discussion?
no,
Mrs. John?
No.
I'm in favor of this motion. I think that Mr. Moran's tremendous success at the Versailles School District speaks for itself. I think that our school will greatly benefit from his expertise and what he's been able to accomplish there. I look forward to seeing what he can do here. I it's going to be great. Anyone else? All right, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Maines,
yes.
Strong,
Yes.
Patry.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is 13A, old business bullying report. Mrs. Dunaway, do you
Yeah,
want to
that
do this?
was, yeah, sorry. So Mr. Stefanik, on January 4th, we talked about doing a superintendent bullying committee. Do you, where are we with that? Are we gonna do something with it? Is it a work session item?
Well, it'll end up being a work session approval item. but
Okay,
Emails are gonna go out for all 4 committees.
perfect.
Which is bullying committee.
Tip
tech-
Pride.
Tech committee,
Yeah.
Tip Pride, and safety committee.
Yeah, perfect.
And so we'll see which board members have a desire. If we end up with
Okay.
1 or 2, then that'll be the recommended.
Great.
group for the, if we have more than that, then we'll have to discuss it at the work session and finalize it. And then after spring break, we can get the first meeting talked about.
Perfect, because we do only have like 8 weeks left in the school year. So I'd like to get something at least started so we can start percolating.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, but this year is going too fast, just throw that out there. Slow down.
Next item is future board agenda suggestions. Mr. Stefanik?
Well, I apologize, I looked down here and we made 2 meetings where the attachment was that thing, but there's no attachment on this one. There weren't any changes at the last meeting as it was brought up. I refreshed the document to put T-step on there, but it was refreshed in that, it wasn't refreshed in the board agenda. So I saw part of the board agenda that I wasn't a part of because I was at the community meeting, that it was brought up that we need an update the list with T-step on there. Well, that's done. And so the list that's in your Google Drive right now is current. If you want to put any other items on this evening, I can take notes and then I can update it. When I get home.
Do any board members wish to add anything? All right. Next item is 15A miscellaneous under upcoming meetings. The next work session meeting will take place on Tuesday, April 4th, 2023 at the Board of Education, beginning at 5 p.m. The next regular board meeting will take place on Monday, April 24th, 2023 at the Board of Education, beginning at 6 p.m.
I know.
Go ahead.
Can we, while we're here, can we also add the April 13th, 5:30? So the April 13th at 5:30.
Special meeting.
Very tough. Did you get that, Melanie?
So
Special meeting.
I would entertain a motion to add a special meeting for April 13th. This is then why do you want to make that motion?
Now go ahead, you do it, I'll second. You already said it.
I'll make a motion that we add an additional board meeting to our calendar for April 13th at 5 PM to take place.
5:30.
At 5:30 PM to take place at the Board of Education office. I'm sorry, to be at the high school.
High school.
So let me revise that for clarity or restate it. Present motion that I'm making is that on April 13th, a special meeting will occur at the high school at 5:30 PM.
Correct. Second.
And second by Mrs. Dunaway. Any discussion?
No.
All right, Mrs. Fox, if you call the vote, please.
Patrick,
Yes,
Dunaway,
Yes.
Strong.
Yes.
Mayes.
Yes.
motion passes. So just to restate then, future upcoming meetings under 15 miscellaneous will be, the next work session meeting will take place on Tuesday, April 4th, 2023 at the Board of Education office meeting at 5 PM. We'll have a special meeting on April 13th at 5:30 PM, beginning at the Board of Education office. So I thank you for pointing that out. The next regular board meeting will take place on April 24th, 2023 at the Board of Education, beginning at 6 PM. Is there anything else for the good of the order? All right, with that, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Or is there a motion?
Motion,
Motion.
Forgive me.
Second.
motion, Dunaway drum.
All right, motion to adjourn. Mr. Maines, I've brought you yet again.
You're great.
So motion to adjourn has been made by Mrs. Drum and then second by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there any discussion?
Dunaway drum.
Dunaway, Drum. Forgive me.
Sorry, we're all
All
excited.
right, Mrs. Fox, please call a vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Strong. Yes. Mayes.
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. We are adjourned.
No, we did not. Let's go. I need help with this thing.
Mrs. Fox, I'm gonna need your John Hancock on this.
That's hilarious.